Good afternoon. Welcome to Rebel Radio today, Wednesday. Yes, I want special thanks to my viewers and listeners. Yes, very eventful weekend, National Heroes Weekend. Yes. Well, in my community, in our community, Rebel Radio's community, on Monday, National Heroes Day, there was a bloodbath. Yes. And it is what happened, one of the things that listeners and viewers might observe, that since Cherry Tree Lane shooting, you remember Cherry Tree Lane shooting where 8 people were killed? Yes. We have seen a number of multiple shootings since then. On Monday, we had one in Rockford here. 5 people were killed. Yes, 5. Notorious shooting. I am going to be, discussing that. I have a member of the community member with me this afternoon. I'm just going to call him. Christopher, good afternoon. Christopher? I don't know why I'm not. Christopher, are you there? I don't know what is happening. I had him on the line, but I don't know why I'm not hearing him. Hello, Christopher. Yes, I am not hearing Christopher at all. I don't know what is the situation, what is the problem why I'm not hearing him. Yes, I had him with me, but now I am not hearing him. Let me try and get him again. Just as I indicated that it was a bloodbath in my community. Christopher? I don't know
what happened just a while ago. I'm telling you that I was hearing you clearly,
Yeah?
I was hearing you clearly, but when I said that.
Are you hearing me now? I'm not hearing him. No, I take him off speaker. I'm not hearing him at all. Christopher? I don't know what is happening, why having some issues. I'm not hearing my guest at all. Christopher? Hello, Christopher.
Yeah. You're not hearing me?
Well, I'm hearing you now, but the thing is that I have you on speaker. When I take you off speaker, I'm not hearing you. I don't know what is the problem. Yes, the situation right now, the community is tense. You are hearing me now? Are you hearing me now? Christopher, are you hearing me now? I am not hearing you. Oh, he has gone again. I don't know what is the situation, but I am having some problems getting my guest organize. Yes, as I said, the area is tense at the moment.
So Desmond, I'm right coming to you.
Yes.
I'm riding coming to you.
Yes.
Alright?
Yes. Hold a second there. Let me see what happened now. You are hearing me? Yes, we have to sort out this because this is a problem. I'm not getting through to my guests. We have an internal situation here. And I don't know what is the problem, but we have to sort it out. Well, as I said, I wanted to have a discussion with Christopher Brown. Later on today, I am going to be having a discussion with the Member of Parliament, Philip Paulwell, to find out what is happening. But definitely, I just want my guest, my listeners to know that we are having a serious problem in the country right now, the crime problem. Yes, very serious, because as I pointed out that the situation is that since that Cherry Tree Lane shooting, we have had several multiple shootings in the community. Several. And these are not shootings that should be treated lightly at all. Right? All over the country. All over. We have had those killings, multiple killings. And as we speak over, we have had over 800 murders since the start of the year. Yes, over 800. So one of the things that we are on track right now to reach another 1,000. Let us take a break. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break. on my phone line. All right, okay.
God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pressure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord weighs the rent, school fee due, partner to our bones, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God He's always there for me, yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or when you're weary and feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will drive them home. Oh, well, yeah, I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't leave like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down when you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. Woman, yeah, I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness goes and pain is all around, like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down. Sail on, silver bird, sail on by. Your time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Lord, if you need a friend, I'm sailing right here like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease. There's not a broken vessel that God can't mend. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and carried away. When he turned to the master and said, Lord, have mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel that Jesus watch the way it seems. Cause there's none a broken vessel that God can mend. Oh, there's none a broken vessel God can't mend. Yeah. When the whole world turns back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. Cause there's none a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord Almighty, Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, He will throw the clay away. Bring Him all of your waters, your troubles and your sins. Cause there's none a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah, there's none a broken vessel that God can make. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
But see ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
And Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Ooh, look where me live, you see.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Don't trust.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop everyday, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think Tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of I'd be less than a man, 'cause I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Oh Lord, can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Would surely be me. I thought I could be what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Like me, Father, can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain is too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Lord have mercy, can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand.
So right now, I just got me a deal with that. So what I want, my friend George Looks?
Why, Richard Steven, with us there, I give the Almighty praises.
And the best thing that, 'cause when I remember just where I am coming from,
To where I'm stranded now,
fell to my knees in praise of your name.
thanking you, Lord, every step of the way.
Oh, Father, you know I love you.
so many. Lord, I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready. I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me through the dark. You shine your light so I can see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving arms, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, oh gosh, you move them all away. Lord, I turn to you when I'm in need. Your love is just like the air I breathe. Heavenly Father, you're truly a friend indeed. There is so much that I got to say. I could go on about you every day. Your name I will always praise for the rest of my days. Rest of my days. Rest of my days. Heavenly Father, yeah. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me through the dark. You shine your light so I can see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving arms, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away.
No matter the cost, them they know the future bright even when it look lost. In the heat of the battle, them I still hold strong. From the down to the dust, them I fight all along. Them I face the oppression, but never give in. In the darkest of times, them find light within. With love and unity, them I break the chain. With every hardship, them still remain. Gaza, that's what them call me. Bring it on, cause we not back down, not so sorry. From the hills to the streets, we not back down. Palestinians, I do it, them I take the crown. Strength in a heart, fire in a soul. Resilient every day, them never lose control. See the flag, them a wave. The people rise in every single battle. battle, them I see the sunrise. No matter the roadblock, no matter the fight, Palestinian strength is shining so bright. East to west, the struggle the same. War all around the world, same people to blame. Them I act like say is them one piece, but we not no foolish. Them need to live. So from the northwest to the Middle East, we celebrate strength, and we never cease. Palestinian pride, it shine like gold. In every story, the truth will unfold. Gazawi, that's what them call we. Bring it on, cause we not back down, not so sorry. From the hills to the streets, we not back down. Palestinians are do it, never take the crown. Strength in a heart, fire in a soul. Resilient every day, them never lose control. Symbol of hope, beacon of right, never live on. In a global light, from the ashes, them rise as a testament bold for freedom and justice. Their story told. Gazawi, that's what them call we. Bring it on, cause we not back down, not so sorry. From the hills to the streets, we not back down. Palestinians are do it, them I take the crown. Strength in a heart, fire in a soul. Resilient every day, they never lose control. Gazawi, them I call we. Bring it on, cause we not back down, not so sorry.
I've had many tears and sorrows, questions for tomorrow. There's been time I didn't know right from wrong, but in every situation, God gave me consolation. That my trials come to make me strong. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I've been to lots of places, seen so many faces. There were times I felt so all alone, but in my lonely hours, those special hours, Jesus let me know that I am His own. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I thank God for the mountains, thank Him for the valleys, thank Him for the storms He brought me through. 'Cause if I didn't have problems, I wouldn't know that God could solve them. I wouldn't know what faith in God could do. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff that comfort me. Those wicked will come upon me to eat up my flesh. They will stumble and fall. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon just a come. Come me just a come and me no want no botheration. Come me just a come. Come me just a come and me no want no botheration. Come me just a come. Me said that come me just a come. Me no want no botheration. Just a come me just a come, and me no want no botheration. Roll, Jordan, roll, roll, Jordan, roll. I want to go just to hear Jordan roll. Roll, Jordan roll. Roll, Jordan roll. I want to go to heaven when I die, just to hear River Jordan roll. My soul in the bosom of Abraham. Rock my soul in the bosom of Abraham. Rock my soul in the bosom of Abraham. Oh, rock my soul. Rock my soul in the bosom of Abraham. Rock my soul in the bosom of Abraham. Rock my soul in the bosom of Abraham. Oh, rock my soul. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. One bright morning, when this life is over, I fly away home. Home on God's celestial shore. Fly away home. Fly away home to glory. Fly away home. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, fly away home. Fly away home to glory. Fly away home. When I die, glory, hallelujah, by and by, fly away home. Fly away home. Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from Lord. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up so? Where you going?
But see ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier. Approval time is quicker. And you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, So when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. It's good afternoon again to my listeners and viewers. And we are going over to Barbados now. You know, one of the issue that we in the Caribbean are talking about is reparations. Yes. And that is on our agenda. But I saw where some calculations were done, and Barbados is saying that the UK owes it close to $5 trillion US dollars for reparation. Okay, we have with us to discuss that issue now Ambassador David Comison. For us to talk about it. Good afternoon, Ambassador.
Good afternoon, Desmond. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, sir. So, I saw where some calculations were done, and Barbados is saying that the UK owes it close to $5 trillion. Could you explain how that was arrived at, the process?
Yes, well, in 2023, a group of consultants coming out of the United States, known as the Brattle Group. The Brattle Group is an internationally recognized and respected group of expert economists. They have offices in several countries, very highly regarded. And on the initiative of a Jamaican by the name of Patrick Robinson,
yes.
Justice Patrick Robinson, a very distinguished judge who was a member of the ICJ, the International Court of Justice.
Yes.
Yes, he arranged for this study to be done. The study was produced in June of last year, and the calculation done by these experts revealed that Barbados is owed close to $5 trillion US dollars in reparations by the UK. Incidentally, the said study indicated that the UK owes Jamaica $9.5 trillion US dollars in reparations, so almost twice as much as is owed to Barbados. Of course, Jamaica being a bigger territory and more Africans being enslaved in Jamaica.
Yes.
But how they calculated this, what they did, the Brattle Group, they looked at the whole history of enslavement in our Caribbean territories. They looked at the number of enslaved, and they made a calculation based on first of all, the loss of life and the uncompensated labor, the fact that generations of our people slaved on these plantations never got to keep the fruits of their labor. The fruits of their labor were all siphoned off to European families and European companies and the governments of Europe. They also calculated the loss of liberty They also calculated the personal injuries. They went into the historical records as best they could to calculate, the whippings, the mutilations, all of the personal injuries inflicted on our people over centuries. They also factored in mental pain and anguish, and also gender-based violence. The rape of our women, of our female ancestors, etc. So it's a very comprehensive study. And it's a kind of first of a kind study because it actually looks at enslavement in no less than 31 different countries.
Whoa.
And so it is a very important study because we have been talking about reparations, but up to now we haven't really been able to do a dollar figure of the compensation that is due, and now we have it.
Okay, that's very interesting, Ambassador, very interesting, because if it was done in 31 countries, then that is almost the entire Caribbean, I would say. And therefore,
yes, of course. Yes.
And therefore, we are in a position now to advance our argument with some numbers. But you would have observed that the British, for example, the Commonwealth Conference that is coming up, they have, I understand that they have decided that reparation will not be on the agenda.
Yes, well, this is nothing new. I mean, I don't think the British can't determine the agenda at a Commonwealth Conference. But what they have done, their Prime Minister has stated up front that his government will not be entertaining a reparations claim.
Right.
But this is nothing new, because when CARICOM started its reparations campaign back in 2013, one of the first steps that CARICOM took in January of 2016 was to actually write letters to 6 European governments, the government of Britain, Spain, Portugal, France, the Netherlands, and Denmark, informing them that CARICOM was claiming reparations against them and inviting them to meet with CARICOM to sit down to discuss the issue and to work out what measures they could take to repair some of the damage that they have, they did to our people during these years of enslavement. And back then, 2016, the then Prime Minister, I think it was David Cameron, responded negatively.
Yes, I remember.
So it means that they haven't really shifted from their position. It's a new administration, new Prime Minister, but essentially the position remains the same.
Yes.
So we know that we have a struggle on our hands. We know that they're not simply going to concede and do the right thing, and that we are going to have to engage in a struggle, in a campaign. But so in carrying out our campaign, having this quantification is an important step forward for us. It gives us more ammunition to work with, But so we are not daunted. We are not daunted by the fact that the British government has yet to concede that it owes reparations and that it must sit and discuss this in a mature and responsible way with us. We know we just have to keep pressing our case, and it is only a matter of time, because the law is on our side, the facts are on our side, morality and justice and righteousness is on our side.
Yes. Ambassador, Pastor, so far, do you know what has been the response from the other countries? Are they more receptive to talk about this issue?
All 6 of the countries that CARICOM wrote to in 2016, they basically wrote back along the same lines. In fact, in reading the letters, one would be tempted to believe that they got together and they discussed it and they decided to make a common type of response. Yes. Because all of the letters basically said, yes, we acknowledge these dark chapters in our history. We regret these dark chapters, but we don't think that reparations is the right way to go. We look forward to working with you in the future on future issues of common concern. So it was that kind of sidestepping of the issue, that kind of sidestepping of moral responsibility, of legal responsibility. The only government that in the years following broke ranks with that kind of approach was the Dutch government of Prime Minister Mark Rutte.
Yes.
And in December of 2021, I think it was 21 or 22, it kind of slips me now. He came publicly and he acknowledged that his government, his country had been guilty of crimes against humanity, and that the damage that they had done to African people during those centuries of enslavement, that damage was still present today, and that they were obligated to make an effort to help repair that damage. So he made that public apology, official apology for slavery, and then that was backed up by the Dutch king, who also made a similar statement. However, there was subsequently a change of government in the Netherlands, and the government of Mark Rutte was replaced by a right-wing government.
Yes.
A right-wing government that has in fact come out and reversed the position taken by Prime Minister Mark Rutte. Yes. Even though Prime Minister Mark Rutte did not go far enough, he did not go far enough, but at least he had improved on the position he had taken way back in 2016 when CARICOM had first written to him, and we were seeing some progress with the Dutch government. But unfortunately, this new administration has gone right back to the original position. So I think what we are seeing with the CARICOM reparations campaigns thus far, we are seeing greater success with families, companies, universities, institutions, as opposed to governments. So there are some European families that have admitted guilt, have actually made some reparations gestures, have actually, come forward with some reparations payments and programs and so forth. There are a number of companies that have done likewise, a number of universities that have done likewise, but the governments who are really the main targets of the reparation campaign, we have not been able to get them to move yet.
Yes. And you must have seen this too. I saw where the Archbishop of Canterbury, I think it was yesterday, may come in public acknowledging his ancestors to slavery. You saw that?
Yes, I saw that, but those things don't really surprise me or impress me because, truth be told, virtually the entire establishment of those countries were involved in slavery.
Certainly, sir.
So you go back and you go back and do the research. I mean, half of the members of the House of Commons, about 2/3 of the members of the House of Lords were all involved in slavery. Slavery was built in to the very fabric of these European nations, you know. So if you scratch the surface, you will find that, you know, virtually every family of prominence, every company or institution of prominence in these European countries are implicated, were involved. Their forebears were involved in the practice of slavery. So they all, you know, they all have a case to answer, and their governments have a case to answer. All of the royal families, for example, who were effectively the governments back then, were involved in slavery, you know. So we know this, and it is for them to understand that they can't run away from history. They have to acknowledge the wrong that was done. They have to acknowledge the damage that was done, and our people are not fools. Our eyes have opened up. We know the history, and if these governments and these countries want to have a proper relationship with the black and brown peoples of the world going forward into the future, then they must do the right thing. They must, if they continue to behave like this, you know, to deny reparations, what they're doing basically is adding insult to injury.
Yes, sir. And I saw where you, in your address, you indicated a program how the reparations could be made. So you pointed out that the merchants, those slave owners, they were paid over a period of time. It wasn't just a one-off payment, right? The payment was made over years.
Yes.
So the same can be done of the reparation payments. It can be a generational program, because it's 400 years we are talking about. Yes. So
yes, this is a very important point that Prime Minister Motley made recently, because, you know, some people will say, but this reparations that the British owe you, the sum is so enormous, it is not possible for them to pay that kind of sum. So yes, the sum is enormous, but the sum is enormous because you're talking about hundreds of years of injuries, of deprivations, and then you, in terms of calculating the compensation, you apply an interest rate, you know, 2.5%, an interest rate calculated over hundreds of years in order to bring it up to modern values. But what Prime Minister Motley said, she said, look, we don't have to get so overly concerned that the sum is very large, because if we go back to what happened when slavery was abolished, you, the British government, you decided, rather than compensating our enslaved ancestors, you decided you were going to compensate the slave owners for their loss of property. And you calculated that you were going to pay them £47 million back in the 1830s, which is an enormous figure in today's values. Billions of dollars, right? And of that £47 million, you were going to pay them 20 million pounds in cash. And that 20 million pounds in cash back then was the equivalent of 40% of the annual budget of the British government. So what the British government of the day did, in order to pay out 40% of their annual budget, they had to take out loans and they had to issue bonds for this money that they essentially borrowed to pay the slave owners. And we discovered that it took the British government close to 200 years to pay off those bonds that they had gone into debt to pay off the slave owners. So Prime Minister Motley made the point, the same way it took you 200 years to pay off the compensation that you paid to the slave owners, we could look at the compensation that you owe to us in a similar vein. It doesn't have to be paid off in one go. It could be a multi-generational program where we put a program in place over several generations to pay it off. And we're not just talking cash. We're also talking, development programs.
Yes, of course.
Education and health, and a repatriation program for those of our brothers and sisters who would like to repatriate physically to the African continent, and so forth. Yes.
Yes, it is really interesting and important point for us to discuss. And so far, Ambassador, I know that CARICOM is pursuing this full steam ahead, but don't you think this, for example, I doubt it very much that this information has been disseminated to the Jamaican people, because I just learned that based on that study, Jamaica is owed 9.5 trillion. How can we educate the individual countries, the people in the individual countries about the findings of this study?
Well, each of the countries, each of the CARICOM countries has a national reparations commission.
Right.
In Barbados, we call it a task force, a national reparations task force. But it is really the responsibility of these national commissions to do that education work.
Yes.
So I guess we simply have to call on the commissions to do more. We are discussing, I'm a member of the Barbados National Task Force, and in fact we are discussing the need for us as a task force to do much more public education.
Yes.
So this is something that really needs to happen, because reparations is really a sacred cause. It is an issue that belongs to all of our people. It is not an issue for any little elite or any small committee or even a government. It is an issue that has to be taken to the masses of our people. And so, yes, this battle study is very important. In addition to this battle study, we have the CARICOM 10-point reparations plan. And in addition to that, we also have right now, we have an entity called the Repair Campaign, who are working with the University of the West Indies, the scholars of the University of the West Indies, to look at how they can put together in all the different areas: health, education, land reform, infrastructure, how they can put together specific projects, reparations projects, and cost them And these will be projects that will follow the same idea of the multi-generational trajectory, where you put together a set of projects that would be for this generation, understanding that, so these projects might be implemented over, let's say, a 25, 30-year period, and understanding that once those have been completed, then there will be another generation of projects to follow on. So very important work is currently being done, but I agree with you that much more needs to be done to make sure that this important information is shared with the masses of our people.
Yes, sir. I sincerely hope that although the British Prime Minister has indicated his decision not to entertain any discussion at the Commonwealth Conference, I sincerely hope that it will be on the agenda of that conference to be discussed. Don't you think so, sir?
It should be, but I am not sure. The last report I had a report yesterday which suggested that it was not discussed yesterday, that it did come up, the item did come up, but that it was not discussed. And I don't know for sure, but I'm perhaps suspecting that the CARICOM officials, recognizing the position that the British government has put out there, might have felt that this is not the time, this is not the time and place to force the issue now.
Yes.
Let us hold fire. Let us hold fire. But I can assure you that the issue is not going away. And in fact, what you're going to find in the months ahead is that you're going to find the Caribbean and Africa coming together in unity around this issue.
Yes,
so the British and the French and the rest of them are not only going to have to face the CARICOM countries, but they're going to have to face the combined Africa and the Caribbean together on this issue. Right now, we are trying to build that unity with Africa on the issue.
Yes, of course. Yes, very important. And also we can seek support from other powerful countries in the world to support this cause, because this is an international cause, is a justifiable cause, and therefore if it needs to, we should take it to internationally to seek support for it from other countries, Russia, China, and Japan, all those other countries.
Yes, you're right. You're right. What we have to do, we have to isolate and embarrass these European countries. These European countries that refuse to do the right thing, to do the just thing. We have to appeal to the conscience of the world. The countries of Asia, Latin America, right across the world, and also to people of goodwill within those European countries as well. The churches, the trade unions, the human rights activists, people of goodwill all over the world. We have to appeal to them to support us on this cause, and to really shame those powers that that perversely are seeking to deny what is just and what is right, because the history is clear.
Of course,
the history is clear.
Right.
A crime was committed.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it. And 200 years ago, you compensated the slave owner.
Yes.
You were so morally blind that rather than compensating the enslaved who had been forced to labor and not get to keep any of the fruits of their labor, you chose to compensate the slave owner. So the facts are extremely clear, and I think it's only a matter of time.
Yes.
But we have to keep building the pressure.
Okay, Ambassador, I want to thank you very much for your time, and we are going to continue this discussion. So expect me to call you again, because this is an item that we at Rebel Radio are very strong about, because 400 years of slavery. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Yes.
It's my pleasure, and yes, I will always be willing to have this type of discussion on this issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. That was Ambassador David Comison. We are talking about reparations. Yes. This is a very important subject, and we have to follow up this one. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
But see, me have business to do down by JPS, and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Ooh, look where me live, see.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
You like the protection you want when you want it. With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's Tools Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And as I indicated at the start of the program about the bloodbath in our area, yes, on Monday we had a very, another mass shooting. As I said, since that shooting in Cherry Tree Lane in Clarendon, we have had several mass shootings. We have with us now Mr. Philip Paulwell, Member of Parliament for Eastern Kingston and Port Royal. Good afternoon, Mr. Paulwell.
Hi, good afternoon to you, Desmond, and to your listeners.
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. What a bloodbath in the constituency, Minister.
Well, I tell you, I've been in East Kingston as Member of Parliament for more than 2 decades. And we've had, from time to time, these instances of violence. And this was by far the most shocking and devastating for me, especially because I was aware of the football competition that was taking place. In fact, the organizers did approach me last week, Thursday, for my assistance, and all the trophies and prizes were provided by me. Unfortunately, because of Heroes Day, I had some other engagement. But when they called me from the venue to tell me that things were going so well, and there was this spirit that had returned to the community. It's a strange place because over time we've had people living on one side of the community who are afraid to go to the other side. And this was the first in a long while where people were actually mingling. And people were comfortable, only to hear by 8 o'clock in the evening this devastation that took place, really, really disappointing.
Yes, really, really. But you know something, Mr. Paulwell, you might not agree with this, but one of the things that I don't believe in, the word peace is being used loosely in Jamaica. Now, there can be no peace treaty when the combatants are armed. Now, you will remember, you were not in politics then, but you remember the first national peace treaty we had in the 70s. Do you remember? It was 70s, 80s. Do you remember that one?
Well, I have read about it. I was a little boy. Yes.
I was a young man myself, but I was very upfront. I knew about it because of my work then. I knew about it. And that peace treaty, as a matter of fact, Peter Tosh, the late Peter Tosh had a song. All who signed the peace treaty are now living in the cemetery. Now, sir, I am very sorry for what happened in East Kingston, but I want to tell you, Mr. Paulwell, I was not surprised. And I can tell you why I'm not surprised, because the guns are out there, sir. Right? And
that's a fact. That's a fact.
And unless when they tell me about peace treaty, one of the things that I refer to, I said there's a peace treaty that I follow up, and I would refer you to it. I said the Colombian government and the guerrillas signed a peace treaty. They have been fighting for 40 years. And one of the features of that treaty is that the combatants or the negotiation, they doing it that they identified an independent party and the combatants turn over their weapons. No, I call that a peace treaty.
Well, you know, there's one. That is an aspect to it that I subscribe to. But you know, there are, what I'm realizing, there are youngsters. Many of them weren't around when their fathers, weren't knowledgeable when their fathers were probably murdered. And these youngsters carry a vengeance, and the vengeance lasts for years. I'm amazed at how people seek revenge for things that were committed many years ago.
Yes.
And we can't get the love into our hearts. We can't get the hatred out of our hearts.
Yes.
And that's a major problem. And it is tied up, you're right, with this notion of peace, because you can't have peace if people's hearts aren't purged of the hatred and the sense of revenge.
Right.
And I think that's where we're at as a country.
Yes, it's a very terrible situation. The other thing that you might have observed, do you observe that since that incident in Cherry Tree Lane, that we have had several mass shootings across the country? Do you observe that?
Yes, and I call these people who are engaged in these things as terrorists, because there is no care at all for people's lives. And once you come into an area and you spot somebody that you need, you don't care who else you take out.
Yes.
You know, it is serious, and I think the security forces have to take a close look at it, because it could spread across the country even more.
Yes, sir. And it is very, Mr. Paul, one of the things that you should know also noting that this year, 23 years will make 23 years. And every year for the 23 years, over 1,000 Jamaicans have been murdered.
Yeah.
Because we are over 800 murders right now, and we are in October, so I know that there's going to be another 1,000 murders this year. Yes, there has been a decline, but we are still totally out of control. And
well, for a country that is not at war,
yes,
it is really, unbearable, and it is something that as a country we all have to now try to come to grips with.
And I know that this is a black spot on the community. I know that it must have set back. Right now the community must be tense.
It's a ghost town, and so we have to rely on the security forces for their presence. I am picking up, though, something positive, because a lot of information is coming in. So I'm hoping that will continue.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And I see, East Kingston is changing. I see, for example, that an apartment complex is now in construction down at the bottom there. That is going to change the residential entities in the community.
Yes, and there's a good aspect to it, because I thought people would have been afraid to come and live there, but I'm told that all the apartments are sold off.
Yes.
So that is very positive, and hopefully it will assist in rebuilding the image of the entire area.
Well, you and I might not live to see this, Mr. Pauly, but one of the things we must remember, I keep telling the young people this, that East Kingston now is not what East Kingston used to be. Right? And I keep telling them that one of the things that you must look, East Kingston is on the waterfront, and the waterfront is the capital in any country.
The most valuable real estate in the country.
Okay. So I keep telling them that, listen, what is happening now in Rockford is not going to continue. It is going to change. I say I might not live to see it, but it is going to change. And
well, you wouldn't believe it, but recently I met with the Port Authority, the Ministry of Tourism, a whole host of stakeholders, and I paint for them a picture, a future of that entire area based on the waterfront.
Yes.
And pointed to them the opportunities, the great potential and opportunity that we have to generate a lot of wealth, economic activity, utilizing that waterfront. And also to mix that with the opportunities that could relate to the wider community. I have asked TPD, for example, to accompany me on a trail up Warwick Hills, because we can have hiking trails up there where people can visit. Warwick Hills, known for its notoriety, could become a major attraction.
Of course.
And it's one of the ways of opening up the entire Rockport area.
Yes.
To greater commerce. Yes. So, we might still have it before we pass on.
Yes, sir. Yes. Well, let us see what is going to happen. Before you go, I know you're busy, but before you go, I couldn't allow you to leave here without asking you about elections. We are in the election mode now. Aren't we?
Yes, I believe we're nearing it every day. That passes, we're closer to it. Yeah.
Yes, and the party is in full gear now, right?
Yes, I think we're ready, and I think the people have signaled to us that they're ready for us.
Okay, so let us hope that the situation in the constituency will not, no reprisals. Let us hope that is taken care of.
Well, I'm thankful to the security forces. They are on hand, and I think based on what has come forward today, we should have clear answers as to really who these perpetrators were and to bring them to justice.
Okay. Well, let us hope that is done. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, and all the best to you too.
Yes, sir. Yes. That was Member of Parliament for East Kingston. Yes, Philip Paulwell. We're talking about the situation in the constituency. Yes, as I indicated to you earlier on that this is, the area was, well, let us say, as I just have to keep calling it a bloodbath, because this is something that has really, really shaken the place. And as I said, it is really,
you have reached
these
the
are the things that we are
187
having. This is what we are faced with these days in the community. The communities around us. Yes, the killings. The killings around us. There are too many. Yesterday morning, while, what was it yesterday morning? Yesterday morning was Tuesday morning, yes. Or it was Monday morning. There was right at the intersection there of North Street and Orange Street in downtown Kingston. There was another double murder there. right? Double murder. Yes, police reported that 2 men were gunned down. They were on North Street when gunmen approached and opened fire. Yes. The situation with crime in the country, totally out of control. Yes. Another development that we are looking at is that a group of hotel workers at Royalton in Negril, they went on strike. They walked off the job yesterday. Yes, I know that the Minister of Tourism and the Minister of Labour are now in Negril having meetings with the management. But what the workers at Royalton, protested about is something that is affecting the entire workforce in the tourism industry. One of them is the low wages. Yes, low wages. The conditions under which the workers, those rank and file workers, the condition under which they are working. And this is something that has been going on in Jamaica for decades. Yes, decades. The hotel workers are not unionized. They are not represented by any trade unions. And what they are working for now, this is an industry that is raking in millions of dollars. Millions. But the workers are not treated properly. Not treated properly at all. Right? The hotel workers and the security guard industry. There are two sets of workers in Jamaica right now who are being badly treated. Let's put it at that. Badly treated. And I don't know I think the workers have gone back. Yes, they are back on their jobs. But it is interesting too. We want to see what is going to happen. Right? We want to see what is going to happen because the Minister of Tourism and I said the Minister of Labour, they have intervened. But what are they? What I don't know what they are going to do. Because as I said, this is not Royalton alone. No. The workers in the tourism industry in Jamaica, there needs to be some serious intervention to pay the workers better wages. The industry can afford to pay the workers better wages. Yes, they can afford. They are making lots of money. Right? And this is one of the fastest growing industry in the country. Right? Yet the workers are not reaping the benefit. And something must be done to make sure that the hotel workers are properly treated. Let us see what happens in the coming weeks. The Rebel Radio also we take note of on the international scene where we saw where Russian President Putin host global South leaders at a summit in Russia. Yes. Yes, I think some 22 heads of government, from the underdeveloped world, so to speak, then They have no, as a matter of fact, they are more, one of the things that has happened. You remember BRICS? Yes. BRICS was a group formed by Russia, China, and Brazil. But what has happened is that several countries now, as a matter of fact, the number of countries that has now joined BRICS, it is fundamental. Yes. The conference that is that 36 countries attending, and more than 20 of them are represented by heads of state. And as I said, BRICS now, as the strength of BRICS is growing. But what is happening as we speak is that the Russian president is trying to mobilize these heads of state to join up with BRICS, you know, and this is to defy. This is a sign of defiance to the Western power. Yes. So we can look out in the coming weeks, coming months, to see how the world is changing. The power blocks are changing. Yes. And the US elections coming up, that's a very important election, very, very important election, because based on what I am hearing, it is tight. Some people believe that the pollsters are hiking Donald Trump's numbers. Yes, they don't believe that the numbers that they are presenting for Donald Trump, they don't believe those numbers are right. They think they are hiked. Yes. And therefore, on November 5th, today is the 23rd. Yes, the 23rd of October. So in a couple of days, we will know whether or not our girl, Kamala Harris, will be the first female president of the United States. It is going to be a very, as I said, a very interesting election. Or if not she, then another historic development, because it will be the first time that the US people will elect a convicted felon as their president. Very, very interesting. Yes, this is Rebel Radio. Coming up next is food security. Yes, let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
But see, me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see?
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you, no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
You like the protection you want when you want it. With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier. Approval time is quicker. And you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
circumstances, baby. No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner to our bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the when you're weary and feeling small, when tears are raining,
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. It's time for food security. Yes. Well, we are going to be just a second here. Let me try and get Mr. Bernard.
Yes, sir.
All right, hold it there for me, please. Yes. And so we have today with us Mr. Yuan Clue and Mr. Trevor Bernard. And both of these gentlemen are persons who are connected with the Small Ruminants Association. So we are going to start this evening's food security program by looking at the livestock, how the livestock have been performing. And Mr. Bernard, what I would like you to tell us is, give me a post-Hurricane Beryl description of your sector. In other words, what has happened since Beryl? What happened to your sector during Beryl, and how are they recovering?
All right. You can go ahead now.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Well, you know, the hurricane damage some of the farmers, the goat pen and the housing facility, a lot of that got damaged. You know, I know of farmers who the tree dropped down in the house and killed some animals. You know, we had many of those kind of tragedies happening with animals.
Yes.
So it has affected the industry, you know, in a long way. And most farmers have, I'm not going to use the word recover, but, you know, do what they can do and keep on going, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they try to build some of the pens back and, you know, fix up what they can fix up and do what they can do.
Yes. Hold it there for me, Mr. Bernard. Just hold it there.
Mm-hmm.
Hold it there. Let me. Go ahead, sir. Continue. Yeah.
Yes. So I was saying that's what a lot of the farmers do, because, you know, you have to continue.
Mm-hmm.
I know there was a massive amount of water shortages were going on also.
Yes.
And, you know, water, you know, the animals drink a lot of water.
Mm-hmm.
And that was also another problem. There were some farmers who had to sell animals, you know, different things were happening in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Because in some of the areas, the electricity went away for so many months or weeks or days. It affected a lot of farmers all across the island. And also the health of the animals. Some of the roofs blew off. You know, animals were getting wet up in the rain for days. The mud, all in the Carignan area, mud everywhere. A lot of mud everywhere. So it was very bad. Mm-hmm. Very, very bad.
Yes.
But there were a lot of losses in the industry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So we can expect. So as far as recovery is concerned, so how are the farmers recovering?
Well, I will say slowly but surely. You know.
Yes.
You have to keep going. You know.
Yes. Mr. Clue, what was your experience?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I can't speak to the wider country, but for my area, we didn't experience much animal damage. We experienced mostly crop damages.
Okay.
But as to what Mr. Bernard was saying about animals getting wet and stuff, yeah, we would have experienced some of that. To my knowledge, we haven't experienced any deaths per se in regards to that, but definitely infrastructure damages, a lot of mud, a lot of rain. So yeah, we experienced those kind of damages, but it's mainly crops.
Yeah.
Mainly crops was our biggest losses.
Yes. You know what? I want both of you to discuss with me now. Now, one of the things that is clear in Jamaica is that we are spending a lot of money to import mutton. What they say is what they call mutton. Now, yes. Well, one of the things that I would like both of you to address, what must be done, what can be done to improve the production of local goat industry so that we can meet the demand for real Jamaican mutton?
Well, one of the problems that slow down the large expansion of goat production in Jamaica is we don't have enough forages to feed the animals. I said it the other day that I hear they're going to put it in the legislation that, like for example, grass and forages is also a crop. But right now it is not designated as a crop as far as I know. So we need large acres of forages to be put into production. Grass and other things that the animals eat. And we also need to have storage of forages, through silage or different means. We should have maybe storage of maybe 6 months to a year of feeding that we can store. That in these hard times when you have hurricane and all these kind of things, you will have feed for the animals. Because when you have rain falling like this and the field get wet and the mud and all of that, it's very difficult to get feed to feed the animals. And as you know, we can't be depending on grains, and bag feeding alone to feed the animals because that's not sustainable. And so therefore, we need to put more land into forage production. We need to put more, good forages into production, and then have ways and means of storage it. We need commercial entities that can come in. You could have a commercial entity that does produce feed for animals. We're talking locally, through silage and so forth, and store a lot of feed and make it economically priced. That's almost if a farmer run into trouble and short of feeding, whether through drought or hurricane or anything, you can also buy forages to feed your animals.
So you are, Mr. Bernard, you are saying that one of the way to increase production is to provide food for the animals.
Yes.
All right.
Put in more land, get more land into production.
Yeah.
With forages for the animals. Because the truth is, most goat farmers are really backyard farmers. A lot of people have goats in their backyard.
Yes.
But you can't really grow it or make it become too big. And the people who send their goats out into the bushes to feed them, predator lasting and dog predation is so high that I don't even know, you'd have to go into the bush to sit down with your animal then because it is very bad out there, And so intensive farming is the way to go because of the predator lasting, both from the dogs and so forth, and even the dogs. I don't know of anybody who carry their animals out in the field and don't get attacked by dogs because it has increased tremendously out there in the field now.
Yes.
And so what happens? A goat farmer might have some goats. Let's say you have 100 goats. And he has bred up these animals and he have 100 breeding females now. And he's feeding his goat on a little piece of land somewhere. Or, he's doing different things and feeding his goat. And then we get a drought. What will be his end game? How is he going to survive with those goats to keep them going? It becomes a challenge because we don't practice conservation and, we don't practice storage of feeding for long periods of time. So if we have a drought for 6 months or 3 months or 1 year, he will have to sell out some of those animals. Can't keep the herd large anymore. You have to decrease it. And that happens with a lot of farms. They start to build up the farm and then they have to decrease it. It could be a hurricane coming, they have to decrease their herd. It could be drought, they have to decrease their herd. Many of those environmental factors affect the animals. So we have to put more lands into production. We have to start storing more feed and, then we can get into larger farms. And even the small farmers, they'll be able to increase their herd size. So if a man only have 5 or 10 goats, he can probably increase it to 20 or 50 because he knows that he can go to point A and buy forages to feed the animals when times get hard. But hard times causes farmers in general not to be able to grow any larger.
Mr. Clue, what is your take?
My take on the matter is I agree with the points that Mr. Bernard put forward, but separate apart from the forages, right? I've always been looking at the waste materials from the manufacturing sector. If that could be somewhat regularized, where the companies can put plans in place where these things are readily available to farmers. Because I personally have asked around, and sometimes it's like you have to go through a 1 month to get it, or sometimes.
What waste material are you talking about?
I'm speaking of, like, say, wheat milling from the milling process at flour mill, or like beer apps from Restream, or say ackee from the ackee factories, or stuff like that. That could be used as feeding materials for the various ruminants, right? So those are the type of stuff I'm talking about.
Well, I can comment on that wheat milling is sold. I think you can get it from Stepford. It is sold. You can get it anywhere to buy.
Yeah, I know it is sold, but I'm saying sometimes the information on
it's
the
really
price
available. I think Matty, what's his name? Matty something or other on Spanish Town Road there. They sell the wheat milling. You can go there and buy tons of it, bags of any amount you want. I don't remember the name of the place, but you can get it there to buy. And Stepford and those places, flour mills, you can get it to buy. But the warehouse, I think it's the warehouse for flour mills. That place on Spanish Town Road sells that. But when you talk about the beer wrap, the problem, so I would say, generally speaking, all the waste material that is being produced from factories everywhere is being utilized. It's not being wasted and going to the dump. Or it is being utilized by a lot of farmers. Pig farmers, when you look at banana skin, mango, all of these kind of waste products are being heavily used everywhere. Well, I know in Kingston for certain it is almost not available. When you talk about the beer wrap, the reason why you have to jump through hoops with beer wrap is because it is not readily available, because a lot of the big companies use it, like Surge and the True Juice factory. All these places use these products and they take it in large quantities. And so it is being used, and what happened, there is more mouth to feed than what feed is there. Okay. And that is why it is so difficult.
Yes, I'm in total agreement with that. Right. They are in terms of, for the question that was posed, so feed and forages and all that is definitely a factor, but isn't the availability of breeding females also a kind of hindrance to the whole process?
Well, I don't think I'd agree. Any amount of goat you want to buy, generally speaking, you can find it. From time to time things might get rough, but if you want goats, if you want 10 or 20 goats to buy, I'm sure I can find a farmer who is selling. I think females or goats in general is, from time to time becomes available.
So the availability of the animals is not an issue as far as...
I wouldn't say. And remember, we do have the option that if you have the money to spend, you can always take your money and buy at 100 or 200 animals abroad and import it. That is also open right now, because as you are aware, the government has opened it up. You don't pay GCT on the importation anymore. And so far, a lot of farmers have been bringing in their own breeding stock. To add to the farm, to improve the genetics and so forth. So that has been happening. We have like boar and Sani and Nubian, and even the government brought in 200 animals, you know, and other breeds. Some sheep came into. So those things are happening, you know.
Yeah, I'm aware of the importation of the various animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those initiatives are going to help the sector grow, but in terms of the small farm, I don't think everyone has access to the amount of money to get those animals.
Right. But guess what? The smaller animals are still there, because I see it in the Facebook groups all the time. Almost every day you go in there, you see small farmers, larger farmers advertising in the Facebook groups and on social media, animals selling animals. I see it all the time, all over the place. So, you know, the affordability is another thing, because it has gotten expensive. Yes. But I think it is available and you can get it to buy. Yeah. The biggest problem in the industry is feeding, because you cannot sustain a goat farm by using the bag feeding. When you are going to use grain, a bag of feeding is what, $2,000–$3,000. When you're going to use grains and feed your animals, it's not sustainable.
That's true, that's true.
It's just not sustainable. And a lot of farmers are doing just that, you know. The feed mills in recent times have probably doubled and tripled in the amount of goat feeding that they are selling. And that shouldn't be happening. We should be doubling up and tripling up on the amount of forages that we are producing.
That's true, that's true.
A bale of hay, you know, is anywhere from $1,200 to $2,000 a bale for a bale of hay, you know. And it's just straw. It's not even like high value feeding you're talking about, you know. And you have special plants like, you know, sorghum. You have like sorghum and corn, like what you call it, a feedstock. You know, so you have all these different grasses and different forages that you can grow to feed the animals. But I'd like to ask you, how much farmer do you know that have a goat farm and looking at 20 or 30 or 10 acres of land in front of him, that he can just plant the forages on it and feed the animals with it? And they have irrigation.
That is very far and few. Very far.
Very, very far and few. Right. And that is correct. It's very difficult to think about any such farmer in your mind. You have to think very, very hard. So we have a lot of land.
To get a farmer like that, that farmer would have to be very strategic in the way forward. And some farmers kind of stumble along in the process, where they get the goats, build a pen, and then they just take their time, grow from there. They don't really have a 5-year longevity plan saying by year 2, year 3, I want to have this, I want to have that. I'm aiming at this amount of goats, so I'm looking at this amount of feed or anything like that. The average farmer doesn't have a production plan or a feeding plan, not even a breeding plan. They don't really have a lot of these structures in place to guide the system as to what are the needs,
gentlemen,
and what are the stuff that can break the system.
Gentlemen, I want you both to just hold it for me. We are going to take a break. We are on food security. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up so? Where you going?
But see ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
And Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you know young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think Tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And at this time we are on food security, you know. This is where we look at what is happening in the agricultural sector. Yes, that we can tell you whether what we are doing to Mr. Campbell.
You don't answer the phone when people call because I am calling you and not getting you.
All right, hold it there now. Yes. So, as I said, this is where we look at what is happening in agriculture. And we have with us Mr. Trevor Bernard. We have the former president of the JAS join us, Mr. Fulton. And we have the president
Your message has been sent.
President of the Jamaica Egg Farmers Association, Mr. Campbell. Yes, gentlemen. Before we took the break, we were talking about the small livestock sector and farming. But Mr. Fulton, I know that you are no longer the president, but what are you, I know you still have interest in agriculture. What are you seeing? What is your take on what is happening at the moment?
Well, I don't know if you see the last article that I wrote in the Observer,
What I'm calling for is a total rebuilding of agriculture.
Yes.
We have been moribund since the 1960s. With all our industries, they're pretty ancient. And there is no time that we need foreign exchange and greater emphasis on food security than now. Take, for example, Mr. Mark Campbell's industry, egg. It's a critical industry. We are getting poorer and we should be eating more egg, but is the egg there? Or do we have to expand that industry and educate our people that it's the cheapest protein? And so forth. You look at Mr. Bernard industry, 85% of the mutton we use is imported. And we claim here that curry goat is a gourmet, it's a special dish. So we have much more work to do in modernizing in terms of improved breeding program, improved housing for our poultry, and more importantly, to get cheaper, affordable feed, which have the same nutritional status. So this is a time, Beryl has just passed, it's a time we should use to rebuild and reposition agriculture instead of walking around the place with a wheelbarrow giving a man a bag of fertilizer and a pack of spray. That can't help anybody. So from where I see it, the whole industry has to be rebuilt, and it is nothing new. We rebuilt the tourism industry. We rebuilt many things. We rebuilt the housing. We are rebuilding the housing sector, which is an industry by itself through the National Housing Trust and so on. So this industry needs to be repositioned. And I'm not talking about government taxpayer money to do it. Farmers are not mendicants. If they get a loan at a reasonable interest rate, they will borrow money and rebuild, and younger people will go into goat farming, egg farming, they will do dairy goats, but they need to get the loan. We have to find money to do it, and that is my argument. And you will see a series of articles coming out. One was published Wednesday, and more will come speaking to this very issue of making the resource available and doing government policy to make lands available and policy to restrict or to make the importation of food more difficult, to give us some space to grow. That's where my headspace is.
Okay. Well, a very interesting argument, because there is no doubt that the sector needs resources. There's clearly no doubt, because as you pointed out before you joined, but myself and Mr. Bernard were talking about this same question with mutton, because we see that well, I think that goat rearing is a lucrative industry because there is demand for it. There's no question. And we were looking at what are some of the factors that is holding up production. You know, so because, and Mr. Bernard pointed out that feeding is one of the main drawbacks for, you know, holding back the production of mutton in Jamaica. But it is a sector that we believe that farmers can make a decent living. We seriously believe that. Yes.
Less lands are put into goat rearing in terms of, you know, forage production. You know, because in the olden days, you know, a lot of land was there. You could just free range the goats them all over the place.
Yes.
But a lot of those lands are not and not available anymore to a lot of farmers in different communities. Because as you know, with a lot of concrete jungles going up and different things happening, it's not so simple. It's getting harder and harder for farmers to find feed. And more lands need to be put into production to create cheaper feed source for the animals.
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah. Mr. Campbell, how are you getting along over with eggs?
Well, I think we are on track, as we indicated some time ago. We have, I must commend the former president of the JAS for his really correct grasp of the issues affecting the agricultural sector and mine, in particular poultry. This talk of the cost of feed, up to 70% of the cost of producing eggs is the feed, which is a major thing. And 90% of that ingredient in the feed is imported. So there are issues to address there, but back to the current situation with eggs in the country, there is a tightness, maybe leading slightly to a shortness, but if the numbers are supporting that it should not last for too long, because in the months of October and in November alone, the national flock will be getting another 200,000 birds. And we feel confident that that number should be able to bring back balance in the supply and demand. So at the moment, because of what had happened with Beryl in producing a big fall off in production, and the fact that a number of the birds are aged, we've seen a tightness in the market as people try to come back to where the production was before. But when you look at the real numbers, we should not have, I cannot say it any other way, I cannot say we will not have. There are persons who they don't like when I say should, they would like me to say will, but I cannot speak in those terms. I have to say that we should have the eggs out here, because one of the unknown factors in our calculations really is how many birds in the field are still underproducing as a result of the trauma they went through with Beryl. So we are not sure. At our monthly meeting, we collect this figure. And when we look at what we are seeing, we should be all right. The birds going out, the reports that we are getting indicate that these new birds are producing well. So we should be all right.
Okay. But tell me something, Mr. Campbell. We don't export eggs, no?
No, I'm sorry. Hear the question.
Yeah, do we export eggs?
No. Over the last few years, we were involved, Jamaica, in exporting some amount of eggs to Trinidad, mainly Trinidad. We have received inquiries from other countries, but what they ask for would not be able
to meet the demand.
It wouldn't make much business sense
try and export those sort of quantities, because if you're not sending it off in a 40-foot container, it is economically not good.
Okay.
But quite a bit of eggs have been exported in the last decade to Trinidad.
Okay, yes. Well, as you say that you should have for the Christmas season coming up, we are not expecting any shortage. We should have enough eggs. We know that Christmas is a time when the demand goes up for baking, so we should be able to meet that demand. Yes, and you would say that you are satisfied with the recovery process so far after Beryl. I know that some infrastructure was damaged and all that, so you are satisfied with the pace of the recovery so far by the farmers?
Yes, by the farmers. Yeah. Farmers are there as usual in their resilient selves to put them back on. And it's an ongoing process. They gradually try to regain their footing, and that should be all right for them.
Yeah. You know, Mr. Fulton, when I talk to farmers in St. Elizabeth, is that the most of the farmers who I talk to, I'm not spoken to all, but they have not received any of that recovery benefit that was supposed to have been handed out to the farmers. And I am saying, when I ask them, I mean, based on your information, is JAS involved in any distribution of hurricane benefits to farmers?
No, sir, I don't know since I left in September, the first meeting date in September at the committee office. Up to that point, no. They only use the name JS for publicity. They don't give JS nothing. They say the whole program is a political handout, you know. And I just heard one farmer call me from St. Elizabeth, so they heard that ICA provided some planting materials, seeds, and so on, which we thought would have gone through the RADA or the JS or the 4-H, but it's being handled directly by political operatives. So these are some of the things that are happening, and we will not progress much with those things. So no, we have not. But listen, the minister had said in one announcement he has 700 million for hurricane damage, and at the Denby show, the one day Denby show, he said he identified another 1.4 billion, which would make 2.1 billion. That money has not yet, and nothing near that has been distributed. So I'm not saying they have the money, but the announcement was made in as much the same way that last year Easter, at the Easter Monday show at Montpelier, the minister announced that he's going to do 3,000 acres of fruit tree crops. Then the only thing I heard that at the World Food Day 2 Wednesdays ago, he made another announcement that they are going to do another 100 acres at Ebony Park of fruit trees. 50 50 acres in Aki and 50 acres in Mango. All the announcement about Mango from the days of Roger Clark that made a lot of announcements. We don't have a single mango orchard in Jamaica. From those announcements, a simple thing to grow like mango. You collect the stringy and black mango seed during mango time and sow them in a bag, and when the mango is about 6 months old, you bud onto that the variety that you want to grow. It is simple as ABC 1, 2, they call it now in the street, and we can't produce that, so where we are going?
Agriculture need some serious planning and serious resources. We need serious injection of capital in agriculture, because one of the things that we must not lose sight of, we must not lose sight of our ability to feed, to grow food, produce food so we can feed ourselves. We must not.
You see, Mr. Richard, we don't even know, because our census in agriculture is about 15-year-old now. That's right. We need an agricultural census. We don't know what is happening. Simple point. We should have, and we still have, about 600,000 acres of arable land in Jamaica. How much of that is in active use? How much of that is owned by government? How much of that is in ruined? We don't know. We don't know what is happening. We can't plan because they don't have a census in recent time to tell us some of these very important things. Another case in point, you look at Dan Anderson, he does businessman confidence. The last one he did wasn't quite hopeful. Business people aren't quite confident now to invest. But you have nobody studying the farmer confidence. A sector that is putting 8.5% in GDP, have the highest number of people employed, have a crop like yam last year. Last 2 years we could reap 210,000 tons of yam and made 40 million from export. We don't know. We have milk production in the 80s. We used to do 40 million liters of milk. We are down now to less than 12 million liters. We don't know the best next move. We don't know how many dairy cattle we still have left in Jamaica. We don't know which goat. We don't know how much goat we have in the country either. We don't know. We don't know how much goat we have in the country. How much sheep, we don't know. We don't know. We are not getting like a quarterly newsletter out of Bottles with some statistics to say these are the things we discovered. This is what exists. We don't know the acre of East Indian mango and Julie mango, the export type, so that even if you grow 3 million seedlings, where would you get the budwood to bud them? We don't know. And every day you're hearing all kind of stupid announcements on agriculture. And somebody who is in there now, this year makes 50 years of my life that I've invested in agriculture. And I cannot answer you, a journalist, some of the most fundamental questions because I don't know.
Mr. Bernard, from where you sit, what do you think must be done to improve the sector, sir?
Well, Mr. Fulton highlighted some of it, you know. As I said to you before, I'd like to say something to you. If you were going to do food production, right? And I'm talking animals, like let's look at, say, grass, a Mombasa grass that they use to feed cattle and goat and so forth and sheep. If you have an acre of land into that grass, You know, you can estimate that you and we use a number. I will say 10 acres, 10 ton. You can produce 10 ton of feed from that 1 acre of Mombasa grass. Let's say every 2 months you can get 10 ton of it. You can now plan, as you say, you can plan and say what 10 acres can do, 10 ton. You know that you can have X amount of goats to feed those animals, and you can have a plan. You can know that say maybe that can support 100 goats, and I can be doing, you know, you could have milking herd, you could have different things, but you can have a plan because you know where you are. But if we don't know where we are, we can't plan. How much land do we want to put in forage production? How many animals we have to feed? Where is it that we need to end up? Do we need, the last census I think I heard it was 700,000 goats. Is it that we need 3 million goats, 2 million? You know, what is the number to sustain what we're doing of goat and sheep, what we need to be doing? You know, a lot of things need to be done. A lot of research have been done on the quality of feed and what things can grow and what will do well in Jamaica and what won't do well, and the animals and the genetics and the milk. A lot of research have been done on all of those things. And we need to put it into action now in terms of, you know, producing more, but we also need to know where we are.
Yeah.
And we don't.
Mr. Campbell, what is your take, sir?
I think quite a bit has been done in terms of the quality pullets that are produced to the eggs in Jamaica. The pullets here are of the highest quality. So in that regard, we are fine. We have moved away from the old-time huge red Hampshire bird that would weigh you up to 6-7 pounds. Most of that feeding would go into maintaining the body, to some very efficient little white leghorn or strains of that white leghorn that will weigh you just 2.5 to 3 pounds. And the conversion of feed to eggs is highly efficient in that white bird. We are still mainly a country of brown birds, as the Jamaican consumers seem to have a liking. It's more than seem to. They definitely have a liking, which is a misguided opinion they have, that the brown egg is a better egg. The eggs are the same. They have the same nutritional value. The main difference is the color of the shell, which we throw away.
Yes.
And we have not yet convinced enough of our consumers that, and also producers, that it's a better business to be in terms of those who produce it, because that efficient white bird will convert 3.5 to 4 pounds of feed into 1 dozen eggs.
Okay.
While the brown bird is going to take up to 5.5 pounds of feed to make you 1 dozen eggs. That white leghorn or strains of that white leghorn will lay you at between 75 and 95% productivity for between 14 and 18 months, while the brown bird begins to decline in productivity after 8 or 9 months, and God bless you if that brown bird will take you beyond a year of efficient production.
Okay.
So in the business, in the layer part of the business, we kind of have a good idea, but we are not using that good idea to maximum effect.
Okay.
Because we have not yet convinced the consumers that the white egg is just the same nutritionally. And so if we were to be able to shift more to the white eggs, the product would get to the consumers a little cheaper because the bird is a more efficient bird and the conversion is there. But that's one of the challenges.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, we have to leave it there for today, but as you know, we have to continue this discussion because we have to maintain and improve on our position to feed ourselves. But we have used up the time for today. But as you know, this platform is where we voice our concerns about agriculture, so you will be called back. So thank you very much, Mr. Fulton. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, thanks. That was food security. Yes.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
But see, me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Ooh, look where me live, see?
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier. Approval time is quicker. And you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style. From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style. Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard
Okay, welcome back. Yes, we are going over to Trinidad now. You know, As we say on this program, that when we look across the Caribbean, we'll see the issues facing our people are similar. Well, we are going to be talking about some issues facing the doctors in Trinidad. And we have with us this evening Dr. Rajiv Siraram. Yes. And we are going to be talking, as I said, about some issues. Good evening, Doc.
Good evening,
yes.
Richard.
Yes, sir.
And to your listeners.
Yes.
And happy to be with you this evening.
It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure, Doc. Yes, so what we see based on the reports, we see a group. I saw a report in the Guardian newspaper saying a group of local doctors is calling for financial transparency from the Medical Council of the Medical Board of Trinidad and Tobago following allegations of extravagant spending and funds unaccounted for. So tell us what is happening there, Doc.
Yes, perhaps I can give you a little context and introduction to myself. I am a general practitioner in Trinidad. I work in the community. I work in my private practice for about the last 10 years. My colleagues and I, we have been dealing with some matters about integrity in the medical board, but also ethics. This struggle really started during the COVID period and continues till today. And I think perhaps internationally, the pandemic and the response to the pandemic has unmasked many of the vulnerabilities in medical ethics regulations, and of course this stretches to clinical regulations, pharmaceutical regulation. So it opened a Pandora's box in regards to some of the problems that we are facing internationally with COVID. When public health problems, not just COVID, we're well beyond COVID now. And I think the public, we are hoping to raise awareness, certainly locally and perhaps regionally, about the importance of the medical regulator in ensuring that there's good clinical practice and that the individual rights, human rights and patient rights are protected. Any setting when it comes to healthcare, whether it is in your private healthcare, whether it is before your GP in a small room, whether it is public health at large. And so our group, which is the in this case, the Doctors Ethics and Autonomy Lobby, and our sister group, which is TT Cantra and Tobago Civil Advocacy Network, we have been looking at numerous matters related to, as I said, medical ethics and integrity in medicine.
Yes.
The medical regulator, I think it's important that the public understands that the medical regulator, wherever you are, and I'm assuming that in Jamaica you have a similar analog with a medical board.
Yes.
And perhaps the details for me. The role of the medical regulator is really to protect the patient, to protect the public. But this is why it is absolutely essential for the regulator itself to maintain integrity and to be resistant to influences, political influences, resistant to corruption, whether it is internally, to ensure that it is completely transparent and that its primary objective and its core objective always remains clinical governance and ethics, ensuring that there's always the highest level of ethics for the practice of medicine, and then of course in this case here, the issue that we have been exploring and challenging, transparency in the running of the board.
Yes.
So, as I said, it opened a Pandora's box. So we had to deal with many different issues. What I feel is universal now, and certainly in our region, is a need for patient rights regulations and medical ethics regulations in law. So legislation and regulation. So we need protection in law for, and in this case here, we as a group, the Doctors Ethics and Autonomy Lobby, we have authored and we have drafted legislation for fiduciary responsibility to ensure that our functions transparently and with integrity. And secondly, we have drafted an entire section for ethics, which codifies things like voluntary informed consent, integrity in communications, benefits of care always outweighs harm, right to refuse and withdraw, so a host of different things. And of course, rational evidence-based medicine. I'm just giving you the headings, really. But these are very topics that require substantial discussion. And I think it's time that doctors across the region, because I think we've all had a similar experience during COVID and then afterwards, the public response and then afterwards. I think we all recognize that there is a dire need for regulation, for legislation that protects patient and as well as the medical practitioner when we're in situations of duress.
Okay.
But I'm just in a broad scope of what's happening in Trinidad. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So this extravagant spending that you are talking about, these funds are funds. Funds accumulated from fees paid by doctors?
Yes, certainly that's right. Now, I don't know how the board is set up in Jamaica. Our board here is 100% funded by doctors.
Yes.
In fact, we are the board based on the Act, which is the modern Act, was established in 1960. And today, the medical doctor is actually a board member, what we call a member of the board. So we have about 6,000 doctors, we have 6,000 members of the board. And the reason that it is set up in that way, set up a board is an agency, organization that is run by its members, right? So the members of the board, we have been in existence like this for, well, more than 100 years, really. And we recognize that there's an attempt at this time to change the legislation and to demote us from being members of the board to being registrants. So this is one of the things proposed. The other change in our legislation that was proposed was the insertion of an indemnity from liability clause, which arguably has utility in protecting the interests of the doctors who are acting in their role as adjudicators on matters for disciplinary matters. However, what we recognize is that this could have been exploited to give the council the ability to engage in things like misspending and just, bad or financial mismanagement without having any oversight of the board. So that's from a legal standpoint. In terms of what's going on with the current council and so on, yes, we do have certain issues. The board has been funded by us to 100%. We do have a substantial assets, and we recognize that the administration has been engaging in some extravagant events, and I think it's written there. You can see that they've been having balls, those kinds of things that I think across the board. sorry for the pun, but across the entire spectrum of doctors. I think we've had an issue with that because, we are a very certified body that has been set up for regulation of good clinical practice in our country. We're not here to rub shoulders with doctors and so on. What we're here to do is to maintain ethics and provide clinical governance.
Yes.
We have a lot of doctors under duress. We have a lot of doctors under duress. We have doctors who are home, who are unemployed. Many doctors are unemployed. Young doctors are unemployed. Many of them are just partially employed. Some of them have very, I would say, humiliating contract. Some of them are working just for a few months and then you're back out. So it's very frustrating. And what should have happened is that we should have been looking at expanding the establishment so that you create more opportunities for employment of doctors.
Yes.
The medical board has a role to play in that. In fact, they should have been, they were sitting on a very large nest egg then. It comes like a nest egg because they have not been using it for many years. Many years have passed, almost a decade. We are accumulating funds. Perhaps that money should have been spent in ensuring that doctors are educated and they have their, perhaps programs and so on, so that they can come and they can bring their skill set back. They can improve their skills and bring that skill set back to our people. Although by Western medicine standards, we have a good doctor-to-patient ratio, the reality on the ground is that, the waiting time is very difficult. The patient, in Jamaica. So the fact is that the money is better spent in educating our doctors, in investing in perhaps clinical governance, things like that. Putting out policy papers, things like that. If we have to do things like that, the board should be engaged in that, not in having all kinds of extravagant balls in big hotels and then using it to travel and so on. These are the things that got the doctors very angry. What we asked for, very, very quickly, and I think it's shocking to most people, we just asked for a budget. We said, listen, it's not a problem. If you have certain plans, you want to spend the money in a certain way, not a problem. Just give us the budget and let's pass that budget. Let's as a board get together and decide, okay, this budget is acceptable and we accept or we agree to the plan of expenditure, then no problem. Pass the budget.
You spoke about unemployment of doctors. How widespread is this in Trinidad?
I suspect so every year we probably take in around 400 doctors, 400 doctors, right? I think a lot of these doctors, now the public is unaware of what's going on, and many of the doctors who are still enrolling in the programs, they don't seem to understand what's going on. It's a very, very adverse employment situation. Historically, it hasn't been that way, right? And I mean, by nature, the medical industry will always fail. It will always have to abide by the law of supply and demand in labor, right? However, I think doctors should be aware that, and persons aspiring to medicine should be aware that things are very difficult. You are coming into an environment where the employment situation is a little bleak. It can be bleak at times. We have several hundred doctors unemployed, but sometimes the doctors will fall out of the workforce. So they give up, and some of them, a minority, say, well, look, I can't, it doesn't make any sense anymore. Let me go on, after finishing the medical degree, they say, well, let me go and, put my fruit stand or something. Other things like that. Very small minority, but this is the reality that's emerging.
And then you spoke about the contract. So doctors are employed on short-term contracts?
Sorry?
You spoke about the employment situation where some doctors are working on some short-term contracts. Explain that for me.
Yeah, well, the doctors, we have an RHA structure in Trinidad. So the doctors are employed by the RHAs. And usually you can get a good contract of 3 years and so on. And if you are a good employee, those things are renewed. So you have doctors who have very regular contracts and they've been renewed for decades. However, many of the doctors who are now entering the workforce, they have been given contracts for just several months. I've even heard horror stories where less than a month. I've heard horror stories about that. Less than a month. Now, if you treat your professionals in such a manner, this is like a gap on the professionals. What is important is that a professional should have the security that enables them to question and to exert force on the system in which they work. If you're working in a particular, let us say you're working in medicine, you're working in engineering, wherever it is you're working, because you're a professional, because you have a science background, and because you are associated with that profession, you should be comfortable to criticize that system, to have free speech, to have a voice, so that you can influence the manner in which that system evolves. However, we're in a dangerous situation here in Trinidad, and I don't know if it's regionally as well, but certainly internationally it's this way. Doctors are afraid to say anything because their contract, they can simply just say the contract is not without speech. And this is a very adverse and hostile situation, not just for the doctors, but for the patients.
Yes.
If your doctors don't have job security and they are scrambling and they have to remain mute on any issues, whether it is facing personally, or it is facing patients, or it is issues that are facing the wards, things that are happening inside of the wards, things that are happening in health centers. If you're afraid to say anything, it means that what can happen is what happened in COVID, where we know things are going on, we know perhaps people best, maybe persons have certain questions about certain pharmaceuticals, but nobody can say anything. So it becomes tough. Everybody, there's an elephant in the room, but nobody can say anything. So this is why it's important that we always treat our professionals with respect and that we try our best to ensure job security. And this is not happening. It's becoming weaker and weaker and weaker. The doctors are scrambling in Trinidad. Now, I don't know what's happening. Perhaps you can give me some ideas about what's happening in Jamaica. I'd love to hear a little bit more about the experience there.
Well, one of the things that I can tell you in Jamaica is that we have a situation also where doctors are unemployed. We have that situation. Recently, the Ministry of Health has tried to provide employment for more doctors. I don't know of the situation that you are revealing to us about the board. I don't know of that situation existing in Jamaica. But I know, for example, that in Jamaica, our health facilities are not delivering the care that they are supposed to be delivering to the public. We're not getting that. There's a shortage of personnel in hospitals, and hospitals are short of medical supplies and manpower. And there is also what you call migration of medical personnel. Is that happening in Trinidad? Are medical personnel trained doctors and nurses migrating?
Well, absolutely. Now, many of the young physicians who are in training,
yes,
during their course, some of them realize that their true options reside abroad, right? So they have to start doing exams and so on to get into other systems, if it is in the States or so. There's a bit of a scramble, and And yes, there's always been a massive drain, always with the nurses and now with the doctors.
Yes.
Now these mechanisms are healthy in a sense if you are replete. If your human resources replete in the health sector, then great. But obviously there's something. It's a bit of a non sequitur, because we'll say, but if you have enough doctors and if you have enough resources in our health sector, then why do people have to wait so long to get basic tests? Why they have to wait so long for a clinic visit? Why, if it is that you have maybe someone who is query prostate cancer, maybe they have to wait several months in order to get a visit, right? And you can't blame the physicians or the clerical staff and so on, who are going to try their best to fit in with appointments and all of that, working with the resources that are available to them. The question is whether or not we should have been expanding the establishment, or perhaps reorienting towards high quality, primary, community-based healthcare, which is focused on prevention and education. So that is really where health should be headed. Not more clinic. Care is extremely important, but at the same time, the real bulwark, the real setting in which we can make the biggest difference is in preventative health, education in public, and making sure that the patient have a health trusting relationship with their primary care providers. No, I would say this, of course, because I do work in the community, and I work in private. Perhaps it's going to be changing in that way. I think that we must have public health care. You must have public health care, good quality public health care, because if people have to pay for health care alone, it's a very vicious cycle. When you're ill, you can't work, and then you can't afford. It goes round and round. So we must have good quality public health care. Generally speaking, healthcare in Trinidad is still quite distant compared to many places like in the States and so on. The States is horrendous. If you look at North America, it's frightening. The cost of healthcare, because it is purely private. Yes. It's not reasonable, right? It's horrendous. And people lose not just their health and their life, but they lose their home, they lose everything because of their problems. So we don't want to take in, and I think many times in the Caribbean, we look externally and we say, well, they are doing this in the States, or they're doing this in England or whatever. We should just follow suit. In Trinidad, they call it monkey see, monkey do. But that is obscene. The fact is, we have to have bespoke solutions to our own problems. Right. We have this fundamental. So we have to say, well, what is the role of local medicine? Prevent more integrated approach to medicine that focuses on preventative care. Then how do we make sure that we maintain the highest standards of ethics in medicine, so that the patients can always trust, so that they can have a trusting relationship with their physician, and that we know physicians will always be motivated primarily not for profit, not for anything else, not for hubris, not for anything else, but motivated to uplift that individual's health. All decisions should always be for that person before them, and that is what this is the importance of having ethics and ethics in legislation. It's a whole bunch of we have taken on with the healthcare sector, whether it is corruption within our regulatory bodies, whether it is uncertain. I think there has been issues with even perhaps interference from outside bodies, globalist institutions in public health matters, and I think we may have seen that over the last few years, where so we are dealing with these issues as well, but it is a conversation that needs to be had, I think, regional, and we should be sharing our experiences. We should be talking to each other across the island.
Of course we should. We should. Well, I want to tell you we have to leave it there for this evening. But Dr. Seram, what I want us to do, I want us to establish a relation that we can talk about these issues, because these are issues affecting public health. These are public health issues which we must discuss and ensure that our services are up to scratch and are delivering. So I want to thank you very much this evening for your time, and as I said before, that you will be called back down the road for us to continue these discussions. Thank you very much, Dr. Sira.
Okay, my pleasure. Good evening to you and your listeners, Mr. Richard.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
But see, me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
circumstances, baby. No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances, baby, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances, baby, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee due, partner drop bombs, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances, baby, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances, baby, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances, baby, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances, baby, no, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or when you're weary and feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will drive them home. Oh, well, yeah, I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down. when you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. Woman, yeah, I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down. Sail on, silver bird, sail on by. Your time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Lord, if you need a friend, I'm sailing right behind, like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind like a breeze over troubled water.
Yes, welcome back. And you know, as we, you know, it is today is the 23rd. So 12 days. Let us say 12 days away from the big elections in the United States, when there are two options. One, that the US voters are going to elect the first female president in the history of American elections. And the second option is that they are going to elect a convicted felon for the first time in US history as its president. Boy, this is really an election, really a very interesting election. Let us talk to a member of the diaspora now, Jamaican diaspora, Valentine. Valentine, how are you today?
I'm very good, sir.
Yes. So, based on what you are seeing, what you have seen so far, is Kamala going to the White House?
Well, I don't think anyone can say yes or no right now as it is.
Wow.
Because everything is tied, you know. Everything, the poll is showing 1 point ahead, 3 points behind, you know, and like that tied in those 5 states there.
Yes.
And those are very important states. So
those battleground states.
Yes. But it's getting really hot. It's getting really hot, and Mr. Trump, he is off his what we call his marbles. He's off. Yes. He, as they would say, desperate people do desperate things.
Yes.
Well, he's in that stage now. He's in that stage. His lips are really loose.
Yes.
Yes, really loose. Anything. Swearing, swearing is that become a daily menu for him now. Yes. He's a cuckoo. He's getting crazy. It's I don't know, boy.
Valentine, some people are saying that the pollsters are hyping up Trump's numbers. They are saying those numbers are fake numbers.
Could be. Because I don't see how you have so much of Trump's former chief of staff and all those top guys that work for him. They came out and said, well, this man is a fascist. They should have voted for him.
Yes.
The last one is today, his chief of staff, General Kelly, saying the man is a Hitler sympathizer. He have what the main calf, Hitler's book there, and his desk with him. Yes, and all those things, and he's talking, he wants his general to be like Hitler's general. And he's threatened to I would say probably locked up the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, whose husband, he praised the person who attacked him the other day. She's an enemy of the state and he's going to set the enemy on her. And another congressman, Adam Schiff, who ran the investigation and the impeachment against him. So he said he ought to close down some. He said if he win, he's going to close down CBS, ABC, and other stations.
He has made those threats. He has openly made those threats.
Openly, I tell you, his lips are loose. He just said, but I don't understand how the people, why the poll is like that.
Yes.
Well, people, I don't know what happened to the American voters.
Yes. So and
it's very rough, man. And people are scared. They are scared. I'm telling you.
So what is Kamala? What they are saying about Kamala?
Well, she's talking about the future. And she's in the background. They're making trip up and down in the background. Twice and probably sometimes 3 times in a week. Pennsylvania and Georgia. Those are the real, those 2 states.
They had early voting in Georgia last week.
Yes, it's going on there. Yes, we have over 30 million of people voted statewide, countrywide already, and things. Yes, people turning out to vote.
Yes,
that is what's going on. People turn out to vote, but everybody claims that it's their voters. So.
One of the things that they are saying is that the black male voters are turning to Trump.
Those those are former felon and felon. Former convicted felon and felons right now who are in the court system. Most of them.
Yes.
People, you know, are those who is sprung from jail, give pardon and those, you know, in the music industry and some of those guys and things. You know?
Yes.
But it's not that big. It's not that big. But there are some. There are some, yes. And likewise, like any other group of people, you have for the Democrat and the Republican.
Yes.
So nothing strange in that. You know, so they shouldn't take it for anything.
Yeah.
You have black Republican, black Democrat, white Republican, white Democrat.
Yes. Yes.
So they shouldn't take it for anything. But the woman is Camilla.
Yes.
The woman. You see, most of those uneducated people, they tend to go for the Republican. Those squirrel eating people, them.
Yes.
That's how I call them. You know, they're way in the hills. Where they have squirrels and those type of things there. You know, so those are the people who really are going out for him. Yes.
So, and you would say right now that the American people are in the election mode right now?
Yes, they are. They are.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
But when you said based on what the polls are saying, the polls have it very close.
Yes. It's really close. Really close.
Yes.
They have Harris by in 3 of the states by 2 points. 2 by 2 points, 1 by 3. And the other 2 Trump lead by 1 point each, and another one that they're tied. So it's evil. It's evil. So you can go. Nobody can say, "Boy, this one is going to win or that one is going to win," according to the poll. According to the poll.
Yes.
Yes, but everybody, you know, deep inside is saying, "Well, their party going to win," you know. So.
And there has been no violence, right?
No.
Okay.
No, but the potential. Things are gearing up. Things are gearing up. It could be. It could be.
Yes. Boy.
But
we
have to wait and see.
Yes. Back home we are in election mode also. The general elections are due next year. And,
yes.
And both parties are flexing their election muscles right now. So.
You have anything on that shooting in the eastern section there?
Yeah.
Rockford?
Yes.
Dan got cut down there too.
Yes. I spoke with the member of parliament earlier. It is that shooting occurred not very far from where Rebel Radio is, you know.
Oh.
Yes. Right now the community is tense, you know. Yes, very tense. But the guns are out there, Valentine, very much so.
Yes, sir, yes.
So
too much.
Yes, so we can't expect. Well, we can't expect any better right now. because guns are everywhere. Everywhere. And I don't know if you have been observing, but since that cherry tree shooting, there have been several mass shootings across the country.
After, yes, and some of it stem from that same incident too. That's what I get to understand. Where in the Spanish Town here and there.
Yes. So, boy, one thing I know that there will be another 1,000 murders in the country this year. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, Valentine, thank you for your time. We have to keep your eyes open. We'll talk again before election day.
Yes, sir. I hope.
Yeah.
Hope to.
Thank you.
Then I will have more information.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, sir.
Yes, that was Valentine Williams there, member of the diaspora, keeping us abreast of what is happening. And the polls, the situation is very tight. Well, let us see what happened. Some people are saying those poll results for President Trump are hyped. Well, that's the show for today. I would like to thank all my listeners and viewers, yes, for taking time out to be with us on Rebel Radio today. Yes. Remember, you can see today's program. You can see today's program on Google. Yes. And if you miss the show, you can just click to Google. Click on Google and you will have a chance to watch the show. So thank you very much. Thanks to my technical operator, Bishop. And as we say on Rebel Radio, drivers, riders, pedestrians, obey the rules of the road. Too many fatalities. And do whatever you can to keep away from the gunmen. They are everywhere. Until Friday, stay alive. Stay tuned to Rebel Radio. I am Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up so? Where you going?
But see ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
And Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you know young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's Tools Hardware and Supplies New Year New Finishes Sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Years.